so something odd happened, and now we're back to this. I had to restart, and now back to square one. This will be pretty interesting. Well, still 7.5 hours left. So, till that.
Three, two, one, go!
Getting freaky on a Friday night yet.
Three, two, one, go! 3, 2, 1, go!
Well, this is the worst song that I've ever seen. I don't know how I can get past like 3 turns sometimes. Well, let's hope I can get to at least 5. I am terrified of this thing. Whoever creates these fan mods, bro? Who creates these fan mods for this character? Who does? Oh my god. Okay, looks like I'm just gonna do a lot worse. So.
3, 2, 1, go!
This chart, bro. This song should not be possible. But it is. I'm going to have a great time on this
3,
mod.
2, 1, go!
Also, whoever's... Hello to whoever's there. This is going to be a fun time. I can't wait for the fun part, I guess. The fun part. So fun. My HP, bro. These mods are aggravating like the actual name.
Getting freaky on a Friday night yet. Getting freaky on a Friday night yet. Getting freaky, think you got what it takes. Getting freaky on a Friday night yet.
3, 2, 1, go! Three, two, one, go!
Can't do these songs, bro. They're so annoying. Even the easy ones.
2, 1, go! Three, two, one, go! Three, two, one, go!
Trying that Sonic ever again. Never playing that Sonic. Student Crisis hurts my head. Student Crisis hurts my head. I need to find a hard mod that's not stupid. Let's see. Oh wait, I forgot. Unless I use my other keyboard, I'm not going to be able to play this mod without the spacebar.
Getting freaky on a Friday night, yeah. Getting freaky on a Friday night, yeah.
Friday night, yeah.
Now if I were a crazy portal opening, where would I be? Well, it's no portal, but looks like I found the screw loose. Hey, Buster! You got a lot of nerve messing with our land. What say we settle this here and now?
Good day for a swell battle. Now go!
Oh, blast! This is gonna be tougher than I thought. Looks like I'm gonna have to double down. Hey, do you need any help, Cuphead? Nah, I got this, bro. Go see if you can find Miss Chalice Lady for us, yeah?
You got it, but please, Cuphead, no more violence. I'll be back before you even know it.
Hopefully not too soon. He doesn't do well with damage. Now, where were we? Oh yeah, let's double down!
Welcome back, Rose.
A brawl is surely brewing. And begin!
I'm currently having an odd time playing I'm the misread. Yeah, I should have expected that by hitting a character. I should have expected that, but I didn't. Hey,
Here's a real high-class bout.
So
And
annoying.
begin!
Alright, for real. I'm not. This mod.
Nuts to this! What did my brother say? Now remember, bro, no more violence! Unless it's a boy with a red cap, blue hair, white shirt, then go freaking wild. Oh yeah, good old reliable mug man. Alright, kid, you asked for this. Time to go full triple down on your ass.
The gurus are out tonight. Now go!
Here's where the dime's going to begin. Yeah, I should have expected that. This mod is gonna cause me a pain.
The gurus are out tonight. Now go!
Okay, this time I actually have to focus and not mess up.
Here
One
comes
thing.
a spooky bunch. And begin!
I knew I'm not to dodge, so I would change my dodge this mod changing the dodge button as soon as I'm done with this. Oh fuck. This is gonna be a very good another 4 tries. Oh, that sucks. What happened to your ankle?
Here comes a spooky bunch.
I hope that these just keep. No, I'm gonna change my dodge button real quick before I do anything, because this is actually annoying. Indie Cross just crashed. Okay, great. So let me have to start over week 1 again. If that's so, that's gonna be really annoying. Okay, thank you. I can skip this week, or at least skip that part. I will play the whole week again just for the fun of it at this point.
Getting tricky on a Friday night, yeah.
Screw this, I'm going to Sands first before I do anything. Yes, that's the only way I'm able to play this mod. And it's probably the only way I'd probably be able to play versus Cuphead. Hopefully this mod will be easier. I mean, this week will be easier for me, since I actually have played this. Oh, why would Cuphead seems harder than Sans when it comes to some of the mechanics, because they're not to be worried about dying to health drain every 2 seconds compared to Sans. Oh my god. I don't feel like wasting the time. If I actually remember the first shot, I would I should switch my score.
you missed Cuphead earlier when I kept dying, but I'm currently getting gems. Then hit me crash fast after I hit with this dodge them. You know what, I don't care if I got 3 random misses. Well, no, 3 misses that I used right now. But yes, there is Cuphead, as I said earlier. I do not want to do. I feel like that if I do the pacifist rule, I'm gonna be bored. But if I keep attacking, I'm going to be even more annoyed. I'm probably gonna get the even more annoyed route. Hey guys, it's the meme zone. Big oofs, almost just lost half my health. Hey guys, it's time to start dying 100 more times. Can I skip this cutscene, please? The reason why I say that is because I know this is going to happen. At least in the nerf version, it'll take less time. On the pre-nerf version, it would be a lot worse. Alright, after this, I'm gonna not attack too much. I forgot all the I had to play real life. Guys, should we just actually pick just a counter? A death counter. Border, I'm gonna need you to keep count. I know something's gonna... Please do not... Game, please do not crash, thank you. Then I realized the quality was heavy in this game. Okay, this is gonna not What are these two? Final part. Okay, never mind. This is not going too much. They said week 1 is actually hard to. Hey guys, guess what? I only had to die once instead of 100 times. Should I feel proud of myself? Of being the nerfed version of this game? again, I promise. I didn't. As soon as we get to the first song again, I'm skipping and then leaving to week 3. Because Bendy's just a lot more annoying. Actually, no, there is one mod I could play. That is a lot more hard than this. Already did, but I was trying to go back to week 1 to see if I fare a bit more better this time. I'm not playing this song again. Now let's see if free play allowed me to play Knockout. I don't know, they gave me access to bonus songs. Do I really want to play this song? Or do I want to wait until I beat all 3 weeks, then do the Nightmare songs? Actually, I'm gonna save this till later. To give me access to just week 1 and 2? Or just week 2? Yep, I was correct. Just week 2.
Get tricky on a Friday night, yeah.
Time for the stupid week I died to again. Maybe this time I won't die to Knockout like 400 times. Time to play the first 2 songs.
Now, if I were a crazy portal opening, where would I be?
Okay, where's the option to skip cutscenes?
Well,
This
it's no
is really
portal.
annoying.
But looks like I found the screw loose. Hey, Buster! You got a lot of knife messing with our land. What say we settle this here and now?
A great
This is stupidly bright.
blast! This is gonna be tougher than I thought. Looks like I'm gonna have to double down.
Hey, do you need any help, Cuphead?
Nah, I got this, bro. Go see if you can find Miss Chalice Lady for us, yeah?
You got it, but please, Cuphead, no more violence. I'll be back before you even know it.
Hopefully not too soon. He doesn't do well with damage. Now, where were we? Oh yeah, let's double down!
A brawl is surely brewing. And begin!
Where things will start gonna get annoying with Cuphead. Can I please skip this cutscene? Y'all know what time it is.
Not to this! What did my brother say? Now remember, bro, no more violence! Unless it's a boy with a red cap, blue hair, white shirt, then go freaking wild. Oh yeah, good old reliable mug man. Alright kid, you asked for this. Time to go full triple down on your ass!
Let's go and be my that, guys. The fun begins, guys. The fun begins. song really just changes me from alright, I'm going good to bad. Great. Hey, Rose, if you're still there, I think you should just pull that quote back up again because I think this is going to be necessary. I have the genius idea of switching the keybinds, but I'm not sure if it's going to crash anything again. Oh my gosh, it didn't crash. Thank you. Right?
Here comes a spooky bunch.
I can actually play this like 6K. Now that I think about it. No, this is actually for bad. I don't like this anymore. I think shift is better attack Yeah, I'm regretting changing attack to shift. I regret that. Oh my gosh, this lag. There's a lag spike, bros. Okay, you can't lie to me that the lag spike did not mess everything up just now. This is gonna be one mod for sure. Well, this is one mod for sure.
Here comes a spooky bunch.
I'm changing the keybind to once again. I think Cuphead is just not helping me with the dodge mechanic, bro. Sandy's dodge mechanic's a lot better to deal with. I think I'd rather play Bendy. Alright, if I die one more time to like one of the last song, I'm gonna probably just switch to another mod. Oh wait, here comes another one. This is gonna not help me at all. If I die one more time, I'm either switching to Funky Friday or to a whole nother mod, which is probably what I'm gonna do, a whole nother mod. I don't have to worry about anything for the first bit. Yes, I died to Cuphead too many times, but I can beat Sam, which is supposedly harder. I don't get that. You'll see why Bendy is just a lot harder than all the other ones so far. Okay, pretend I didn't miss those when I wasn't paying attention. Great start. This is gonna take a second. Can't wait for last reel.
Sheep, 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 it's time. My lord. What the? I see. There's only one way to put an end to this, but it's not gonna be pleasant. What the?
Oh wait, I didn't hear the Shadow Note mechanic. Oh, that's what they meant. Okay. Yeah, this is exactly what they meant. Great. Already. This is gonna get annoying at last reel, I can already tell. I'm gonna really have to sacrifice some accuracy for this. Once it gets to last reel.
this is where things start to get real good, don't they? Real good.
Not bad.
I think I start to lose on this song specifically. This song specifically. Which is literally such an annoying song. Okay. Never mind, last row might not begin. Oh, this is what okay, what's jeez. Never mind. It's the next song if it's Nightmare Run. So if I beat Nightmare Run and not knockout, that's gonna be kind of sad. Really sad. If this is yeah, this is Nightmare Run. Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to fully focus this time.
y'all see what I mean? This is going to take a good while. Not just one try, but 7. This sound is such trouble. Look at this. Look at the HP drain. I have to literally be as active as possible. Which isn't a problem, but it's not. But I'm still tempted to hit some of these notes. This part annoys me though. Here's where the fun begins, I guess. Oh no, not this. This part. That part is gonna so annoy me for a while. This is suffering. Alright, this is the last try before I actually switch to another mod for real. And I think I know just a mod too. This part. I don't like that part in particular. Okay, I need to really focus. Oh no. Okay, this part feels no grip. Okay, finally got rid of. Oh shoot! Oh no, I'm dead. Wait. Never mind. I think I finally getting rid. Oh shoot. Okay. I think I have my hands off the right and down, up and right button. Oh no, I'm dead. I actually beat this out. Dang, but it's like 90 misses, so I'm not satisfied with this. But I'm gonna take that. What do you mean FC the entire Bendy Weekend hard mode? I did not FC the last song.
Those who mess with the ink demon shall pay.
Getting freaky on a Friday night, yeah.
I'm done with this mod. I'm leaving this mod. Goodbye, Decross.
3, 2, 1, go! Three, two, one, go!
The fact that it lets you play while you're, even though you're dead, is on that time means that it's made to be very, very difficult. I want to see how far I can go in like 3 tries before I actually switch to the mod that I was suggested earlier.
3, 2, 1, go!
I should make that 4 tries. Already died. This song is not meant to
3,
be
2, 1,
possible,
go!
but it is possible. See what I mean about this song? Actually, you know what? Nah, I'm just searching them out now. 2 seconds.
Turkey on a Friday night, yeah.
The mod is not working the way it's wanting to. Are you unhappy with that? Because either I'm lagging with these notes and it's not working correctly, or I find a whole nother mod that potentially works. I don't know. The way I would probably play this mod. But the. Oh, I'm so confused. Why did it just shut down my Opera GX, bro?
be really quick.
So this is like run or you
And
die.
so everyone lost, and there was no winner.
3, 2, 1, go! Three, two, one, go!
I'm wondering why I got so many misses right now. But I won't question it. FNF's game boring right now. Let's see, what else should I switch to?
Choose your character, Jigglypuff. Versus Fox. Ready? Go!
This Pride, everyone's gonna come through for LGBTQ plus youth. And you can too!
Come through!
Create a YouTube short showing how you're stepping up for Pride using the hashtag #YouTubePrideChallenge.
Come through!
And show support for the Trevor Project. Come through for Pride and LGBTQ plus youth on YouTube Shorts. Visit youtube.com/Pride.
Come
Choose your character. Versus Captain Falcon. Ready? Go!
Show me your moves! Show me your moves! Falcon punch! Show me your moves!
Choose your character. Mario versus Captain Falcon. Ready? Go!
Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Yes. Show me your moves. Yes. Show me your moves.
Choose your character. Kirby versus Kirby. Ready? Go! Predator. Versus Mark. Ready? Go! Choose your character versus Mark. Ready? Go! Choose your character. Versus Falco. Ready? Go!
Yeah!
Choose your character. Sheik. Zelda. Versus Sheik. Ready? Go! Choose your character. Fight! Choose your character. Ness. Versus you two. Ready? Go!
Okay. Oh! You get... You get... Yeah. Oh! You can't fight! Ouch! You can't fire! You can't fire! You can't fire! You can't fire! Ouch! You can't fire! Oh! You can't fire! You can't fire! You can't fire! You can pass! You can't fire! You can't fire! Oh! You can't fire!
Team! Choose your character. You two. Jigglypuff. Versus Fox. Ready? Go!
Come on! Hiya! Come on!
Hiya!
Game! Choose your character. Versus Jigglypuff. Ready? Go! Team! Choose your character. Fox. Versus Mr. Game and Ready, go!
Hiya! 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 Hiya!
Choose your character. Kirby. Versus Kirby. Ready? Go!
Welcome to what I call chaos. Why? This is just random stuff till we get bored. I'm gonna switch to something else soon, because right now, as you can see, me and this Kirby are just chilling. As you see, we're just wasting the timer of 8 minutes. Random. Also, I kept dying on the Cuphead Wii called Indie Cross, but wait.
5, 4, 3, 2, game! Choose your character. Versus Jigglypuff. Ready? Go! Choose your character. Versus Jigglypuff. Ready? Go! your character. Versus Jigglypuff. Ready? Go! Choose your character. Versus Jigglypuff. Ready? Go! Choose your character. Bowser versus Jigglypuff. Ready? Go!
てよその仕組みを僕の中に誰かいるの壊れたよこの世界で君が笑う何も見えずに壊れた僕なんてさ息を止めてほどけないもうほどけないよ真実さえフリーズ壊せる壊せない狂える狂えないあなたを見つけて揺れた歪んだ世界にだんだん僕は好きと思って逃げなくて見つけないで僕のことを見つめないで誰かが描いた世界の中であなたを傷つけたくはないよ覚えてて僕のことを鮮やかな無限に広がることが絡む無邪気に笑った記憶が刺さって動けない動けない動けない動けない動けない動けないよ Love is a ってしまった陰れなかった二つが絡まる二人が滅びる壊せる壊せない狂える狂えないあなたを聞かせないよ揺れた歪んだ世界にだんだん僕は好きと思って逃げなくて見つめないで僕のことを見つめないで誰かが仕組んだ孤独な罠に未来がほどけてしまう前に思い出して僕のことをさやかなまま忘れないで忘れないで忘れないで忘れないで終わってしまったことにまだかけられないことだらけパラダイス覚えてて僕のことを教えて教えて僕の中に誰かいるの広がる闇の中交わし合った革命の次に愛してゆえに
その日、人類は思い出した。奴らに支配されていた恐怖。鳥かごの中に囚われていた屈辱。放たれた弓矢よ、壁を越え海まで飛んでいけ。
You know when you get a song stuck in your head, but can't remember what it's called or who it's by. Maybe you heard it on a station and you were enjoying it too much to check the name or artist in the moment. Doesn't that just drive you nuts? On the Samsung Galaxy S22, you can simply ask Google Assistant, "Hey Google, what song is playing?" or hum the tune to take it out of your head and onto your playlist. The best part of showing your friends a YouTube video is your friends' reactions to the video and all the feels you get to share together. Now you can experience that no matter where you are. On the Samsung Galaxy S22 series, you can watch YouTube videos together with live sharing from Google Duo. So you can share more laughs, learn new skills, and get in your feels together.
to If I lose it all, slip and fall, I will never look away. If I lose it all, lose it all, lose it all. If I lose it all, outside the wall, live to die another day. I don't want anything, I'm just here dead.
This Pride, everyone's coming through for the Trevor Project on YouTube Shorts. Join us! Create a short showing how you're stepping out for Pride using the hashtag YouTube Pride Challenge. Come through for Pride on YouTube Shorts. Visit youtube.com/pride.
許さぬあの声はかつての戦友か己の心か存在意義をいつだって自分以外例えば君その声だけ届く距離ならばかすかに灯す日は僕は希望だって僕は希望だって呼べる気がしたんだこんな風景見たくはなかった泣いた声を塞いだ鳴き声今日は怖いとでかい声がしてそれが伝播して残響が人を刺した全量そこへたやすく変えるその一声は紛れない正義だ無いけなものに姿変えるだわいつの時代も守るため境界線の向こう側で打ちのめされて悲嘆に暮れてそれでもなお自分偽ることを咎めるあの声は故郷の残像か己の心か存在意義をいつだって自分以外例えば君その声だけ届く距離ならばかすかに灯す日も僕は希望だって僕は希望だって呼べる気がしたんだ
You know when you get a song stuck in your head, but can't remember what it's called or who it's by. Maybe you heard it on a station and you were enjoying it too much to check the name or artist in the moment. Doesn't that just drive you nuts? On the Samsung Galaxy S22, you can simply ask Google Assistant, "Hey Google, what song is playing?" or hum the tune to take it out of your head and onto your playlist.
Match found.
They think I'm an old dog? I'll show them just how many tricks I know.
Alright, boys. Let's do it.
Sova, now here is a man of principle. But you have broken rules before, yes? Ah, of course you have.
But she keeps sucking.
Revealing area. Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted A. Piracy.
Molly.
One on flank. What the hell? I hit her 3 times?
48 on Brim.
Last player standing.
Okay.
One enemy remaining. 3 souls.
Let's go.
Good job.
Let's go.
Reina, meu amor, what happened? Who hurt you?
Yeah, good job, Reina. Dude, I only have to ever buy 5 bullets for my so that's crazy, right?
In we go. Launching smoke. Caution here.
Don't get him.
Enemy spotted me.
Teleport's broken.
One on flank.
Last player standing.
Classic.
Pay attention. Might learn something.
Keep your eye on target.
Smoke's down.
Enemy spotted A. Having the vision. Bomb body out. One enemy remaining.
Molly.
Check if he's
Plant the
on
spike.
flank.
He's flank.
I got this, I got this. You've got bomb. Nice.
One step closer.
Thank you.
I got a stinger if anybody wants this trash ass gun.
I'll pass on that guy.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Smoke's down.
Enemy spotted A.
Reload.
Flank.
Deploying drone.
71 on Reyna, 55 on
Last
Silva.
player standing. Flawless.
Let's ruin their day.
I have a really slow lineup for B. I think.
I played Fortnite with your mom last night.
Do you win?
Yeah.
Man.
The Vic.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon down.
Enemy B.
Launching smoke. Plant the spike.
There they are.
Face your fear!
Dude, what the fuck?
Fire in the hole!
Why did my game tab up?
Scanning ahead.
One down. Last player standing.
Dude, as Silva peeks me, my game tabs out.
They might be cheating. I think they're cheating.
needs me.
It must be cheating.
Be away for long. Let's send these.
They definitely have something installed.
Yeah, because they hacked my computer.
Gun here.
Are they running anything on it?
Yeah, dude, they're running that silly, goofy paperclip.
Need equipment.
The what?
Thanks.
Clippy.
Embarrassing.
What's Clippy?
It's the
Smoke's down.
Texas guy.
I've definitely.
One's up kitchen.
Let's cook up in the kitchen.
vampires. Last player standing. Spike down B.
These guys are virgins.
We are
Yeah, dude.
strong because we are together. Don't forget that.
Alright, let's go. Let's go A. We stuck with this on A.
Track them down. Revealing area.
Open up the sky! Prepare for hellfire!
Behind, one behind.
I got this.
Hot
I got it.
Spike down A.
Where?
Scanning ahead. Found them.
I do have my ult. Should I ult?
Reloading.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned, but sometimes old ways are best.
Need equipment. Need equipment.
We set the tempo, not them.
Alright, what if we try to plant?
My ult's not ready.
Oh, it's trash.
It's virgin.
Oh.
Smoke's down.
Has to be a 5-letter word though.
It's 6.
That's insane.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
They demand a fight. Who are we to disobey?
Alright, let's go see. Shut the fuck up,
Focus now. Eyes off me.
I got schizophrenia.
What's that?
Revealing area.
It's where I suck dicks all the time.
Launching smoke.
I might be. I think I diagnosed myself as that.
Molly.
Down and out.
Spike down
I
A.
had 2 of them with that ult.
Stim beacon
Is
here.
someone back? Is
Got
someone
the
flying?
spike.
Let's go. Got him?
Last player standing. One
Got it?
enemy remaining.
What do you mean? Does it look weird?
Thirty seconds left.
Nigger! I'm black, I promise.
If you're not a good shot today,
I believe
don't
you.
worry. There are other ways to be useful.
That should be the word.
I mean, if you type it in chat, I'll change it.
Shit, I have no skins on this account.
They don't know if you're black or not. They can't ban you.
Does
They
my
ban you,
league
it's
account?
racist.
Does my league account get banned too? Because I do have like $6,000 in league skins.
I mean, if it has your email, then it might.
Bomb buddy out.
Launching smoke.
I win again.
God, I suck dick.
Oh!
Oh, I'm sucking all
Spike down A.
Shock dart. Shock dart.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3. Revealing area.
You guys got this?
Daddy.
It's a shame.
No, I almost said it again.
Part of my ego.
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Papi Muñeño. I don't want that shit. I don't want that shit. Get it off. Should I ult? I feel like I'm really bad with my ult.
Come into the unknown.
Okay, wait, stay back, because he's gonna arrow. Just
Oh,
stay
he's
back.
gonna arrow? I'm gonna arrow him back. I got him back.
Fuck you.
Smoke's down.
Oh, silly me.
Okay.
Enemy spotted A.
Huh?
They have another dude on flank.
They are so dead.
Face your fear!
I got him beat,
Cage,
don't
can
worry.
you res me?
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A.
Grenade.
Stim beacon here.
Enemy spotted me.
I just ult.
Enemy down.
No, we got this.
Spike
Go, go, go,
down
go, go.
A.
Go!
Last player standing.
You got this.
Brimstone bro, I believe in you.
Open up that sky, dude.
Nah, he's cheating.
He is cheating. He knew exactly where you were.
Last round before the switch.
Buy all you need.
I don't need armor, right?
Nah,
Let's go mid.
we don't need that. Why would you need that? Like, you're not gonna die.
Yeah, true.
You are the goat.
Smoke's down.
Bomb buddy out.
Molly.
One's definitely coming from behind.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
How come her gun shoots faster?
Huh?
Her gun shoots faster than mine does.
Cheating.
Yeah.
Switching
I already
sides.
told you he's
Stay
cheating.
safe. We're going back to
Shut the fuck
Nah, he's
up.
cheating. I think think he's cheating, honestly.
He's cheating.
Honestly, I'm going with the fact that she's cheating.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm like 90% sure he's cheating.
You're a good actor, dude. Have you considered the Oscars?
Nah, I don't like the Oscars. They're
Fuck
racist.
Oscar. Fuck Oscar. Honestly. Fucking hate
Yeah,
that guy.
that's like the most white person name. Yeah, I know. Nah, wait, what? I don't think so. They're definitely racist. They're definitely racist.
Hey.
Launching smoke.
78 on Brimstone, 58 on Fade.
Fade's dead. Can you guys fucking kill them, please?
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
You got this? Easy, 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 easy. Go peek. Bro! Bro! No, what is this?
Stubborn to die. Smoke's down.
Anyone have any splints? I may have jammed my fingers.
We won the round.
Multiple fingers.
We won the round. It doesn't matter.
That is all that matters.
What are you even talking about? Like, we just won the round.
That was
Yep.
so fucking
I don't know what you're talking about.
My ult's not ready.
Spike down A.
I actually killed somebody with my bomb.
One enemy remaining.
Molly!
Get him! Let's go!
What do you say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings?
Alright guys, are you ready to see the full lineup?
Now we sit on the other
course.
side and it's a free kill.
Alright, I'm gonna make a lineup right now.
I'll sit mid.
Yo, I'm gonna make an A lineup.
Eyes up.
Molly!
A lineup.
Beacon here.
No way I took
Spike
my
down mid.
Uh,
55 Reyna.
yeah, she's dead. Good job.
One enemy remaining.
I'm dead.
Out of charges.
Scanning ahead.
Nice one, Daddy.
If you are not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up appearances.
Now they think I'm gonna stay close again, so I'm gonna go far with the Phantom.
Alright, here. I'm about to make a lineup.
I know. Let's go.
Molly!
My lineup is landing. They're not begins.
That's
Stim beacon down.
How'd you think of that?
Spike planted.
Brilliant.
Taken
I
down.
don't know, I'm just too good.
Down you go.
Oh my god, she's in that corner, motherfucker. She's right
I'm
there, right there,
bombing.
right there. Don't take your gun out.
Smoke's down.
Stinky.
I still got him. I got 85 on him from that bomb.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
You got this.
Concentrate, Sova.
I'm sticking it.
No! No!
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
You think they're gonna go A again?
I'm sitting A.
I think I'm gonna catch it with my arrow on B.
I'm gonna sit there.
Yeah, try that lineup again. That was really good.
I'm gonna try another one. You know, I gotta change it up.
Launching smoke. Molly. Prepare for hellfire. Open up the sky.
Spike down A.
Let's go.
Stim beacon down.
Oh my god, I missed.
Shock dart.
Shock dot.
Last player standing.
What?
Oh, daddy! Nice try.
Got put on your knees.
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
I'm going AFK.
L.
Nah, just kidding.
Molly.
Just pooping with you.
Fire in the hole!
88 on
You
fade.
Reyna.
And fade. And raise.
Spike planted.
Neutralized.
Last player standing.
One virgin or spawn.
I got them. Alright guys. We just gotta win 6 in a row.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we
Easy.
strike.
Guys, these are my promos, please.
No, we're playing against virgins. I can't do anything.
Let's start this party!
Molly.
Face your fear!
Smoke's down.
Spike planted.
Stim beacon here.
Is there anywhere to run? Watch out for that corner, watch out.
92 on Bruce.
Last player standing.
You got this. You got this. Easy, easy, easy. Nice try.
Attackers win.
genre, paired with a cool, identifiable new character, was enough to overtake Nintendo. There are other elements of this game's development that I find fascinating or otherwise really charming. Oshima went through numerous design concepts for the star of their game. Numerous. There would be lengthy debates about what would work best for a character that rolls into things. Around this time, Oshima had booked a trip to New York City, so he decided to take the opportunity to ask locals which designs they liked best. There he was, sitting in Central Park with drawings of 3 cartoon characters next to him. These characters were a dog, a round egg-shaped looking guy, and an early design of our spiky blue hero. He asked people walking by which characters they liked most, and everyone seemed to agree that the hedgehog was their favorite, followed by the egg-shaped guy. Thus, Sonic and Dr. Eggman got their start. Cute story, I think. Another forgotten detail I always enjoyed was the Roger Rabbit-esque relationship Sonic almost had with a human character named Madonna. Both designs are just adorable next to each other because they don't have that Warner Brothers comical grotesqueness. Oshima's earliest Sonic designs were super cute, perhaps even too cute to be depicted as cool. Ultimately, I think cutting Madonna out was for the best because her existence would have betrayed Sonic's nature as a character. He goes his own way and fights for what he thinks is right. Somehow I don't think he'd be interested in romance. Anyway, I could go on about the details that shaped Sonic, but in the long run, it was the game that made him a star. It's been over 30 years since Sonic made his debut, but it's amazing how well games from the 16-bit era have held up. Along with Super Mario World, The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past and Super Metroid have both stood the test of time, and remain some of the best games of their kind. As for Sonic the Hedgehog on Sega Genesis, well, let's start with the stuff that's still awesome. I think we all inherently understand why Sonic is fun to control, and I outlined some of that while discussing the game's development. It's all about the dopamine that the engine is capable of producing. Rolling down inclines to gain speed, bouncing off of badniks and maintaining your momentum, ramping off of stuff, it's incredible. The engine Yuji Naka developed is the stuff dreams are made of. But simply letting players run wild with it would not make for an engaging overall experience. Level design is just as important to Sonic as speed. One cannot thrive without the other. And I can't think of a better level to demonstrate this than Green Hill Zone. Green Hill was redesigned from scratch several times over the course of Sonic's development. Naka wanted to make sure the levels in Sonic felt wide and easy to navigate so that players wouldn't get lost. If the layout of a level was confusing in Sonic, gaining speed would take a backseat to endless navigation, which would betray the heart of the game he was trying to make. On top of that, Green Hill Zone had to accomplish a similar feat to the original Super Mario Bros., wherein the level could be both an effective tutorial and a rewarding experience for those that had mastered the game. In the end, I think their work paid off. Green Hill Zone is a pretty fantastic introduction to the game. Immediately it establishes a captivating atmosphere with its vibrant rolling hills, gorgeous backgrounds, and Masato Nakamura's cinematic opening piece inviting you in. At the time, the game's visuals were something of a technical marvel. The Super Nintendo was capable of displaying 32,768 different possible colors, whereas the Genesis could only do 512. But Sonic the Hedgehog demonstrated that it wasn't about the amount of colors, it was about what you did with them. Sure, the aesthetic of Green Hill would become tiresome as many future Sonic games would call back to it, but man do I love the sprite work and color coordination of the Genesis Sonic games. Putting aesthetics aside, let's dive into what makes Green Hill so special in action. It takes some crucial cues from World 1-1 by conveying a lot to new and experienced players through game design. Let's start with rings. You have a ring counter, and rings are shiny so you can put 2 and 2 together. You accidentally let yourself get hit by an enemy, and you drop all your rings. The more you have, the more you drop when you get hit, which gives you more of a chance to recoup your losses. As long as you have 1 ring, you don't die. You know the drill. This is a unique evolution of the mushroom from Mario, and it runs deeper. Like Mario, collecting 100 rings will net you an extra life, but holding on to at least 50 of them as you cross the goalpost will make a giant ring appear, leading you to a special stage for a chance at a Chaos Emerald. The more you play, the more rings you're able to find. The more you memorize hazards in a level, the better you get at being able to avoid them. All of this meaning you hold onto more rings for longer. Not only is holding onto large amounts of rings tangibly rewarding, but it's also psychologically satisfying seeing that counter go up because you're able to avoid damage and collect rings in the first place. In Mario, the coin counter rolls over when you hit 100 and it doesn't reset at the beginning of every level, so it isn't nearly as gratifying to rack up the big numbers. In Sonic, the process of trying to maintain high ring counts is representative of how much you are improving. Improvement is the name of the game with Sonic, and in order to break that down, we need to look at Green Hill's layout. First, let's talk about how you are educated on core concepts. If we assume that most players are going to want to go fast, Act 1 enables that pretty well. You can run, jump, roll, and carry your momentum with minimal challenge. The branching paths are easy to understand, and the game will show the player what speed can do for them with that famous ramp up into a group of rings. Act 2 attempts to make the player more cautious when moving forward by using spikes in a perilous platforming section, before Act 3 comes along and says, "Okay, hotshot, you can't just hold forward without facing the consequences." This is done through spikes, a plethora of enemies, and springs that send you flying backward. This is essential in managing the game's difficulty progression and pacing, as it gives you a sampling of the balance you can expect them to strike in level design. The first fight with Eggman's Wrecking Ball goes against your natural jumping patterns and forces you to learn new patterns on the fly, which is something you'll need to get used to for each new Eggman battle. Going back to Act 2, this is where they start to intentionally convey hidden goodies. For starters, one of the slopes will shoot Sonic directly into an invincibility monitor, which makes dealing with the enemies in the platforming section a breeze. This also subconsciously informs the player of hidden objects in the trees. Toward the end of the act, you can catch a glimpse of a spring next to a ring monitor, and jumping on it leads you to yet another ring formation. This attentiveness also pays off with an invincibility monitor at the beginning of Act 3. So that's one thing, but there's also something else at play in Act 2. While zooming through this loop, you'll no doubt spot an extra life monitor on top. Well, how the heck do you get that? As it turns out, every single loop in Green Hill has a monitor on top. Sometimes you can break them by finding alternate paths, and other times you can use the environment to your advantage at high speeds. The shield on top of that first loop in Act 1 can be easily broken either by taking the top route with some patient jumping, or by simply riding the nearby floating platform up. This is a small example though. Let's say that you fall into the lower half of Act 1 by accident and decide to jump over the spikes. It's a more perilous route, but waiting for you at the end are 30 rings and an invincibility monitor. This communicates the risk versus reward factor when taking the more difficult routes, which persists through Act 2. If you decide to make a tight jump over the first set of spikes, bam, 20 rings and a shield, ring insurance. You roll through the wall, and you can find a pair of speed shoes. If you manage to move fast enough, you can finally make the jump and reach the extra life on top of the loop. The best part? That's not the only way to grab it. You can also use the spring at the end of the lower route as a reward for getting past all of the hazards. It all depends on how you decide to view the levels based on your abilities, how you decide to play the game. You could take the top route in Act 3 to nab the extra life atop the loop, or you could use the spring nearby to launch yourself up to it. You could take the top route in Act 3 to avoid the perilous hazards in the bottom route, or you could brave the worst of them and jump beyond the spike pit at the end, and into the waterfall, to net yourself 50 rings and an extra life. The balance between collecting rings and clearing levels at breakneck speeds is reflected in the final tally at the end of the level, with faster times and higher ring counts rewarding you accordingly. At this point in an average playthrough of Sonic the Hedgehog, I am able to rack up lives in Green Hill Zone and prepare myself for what's to come. I've memorized most of the act layouts, and that includes pathways, item boxes, and enemy placements, meaning I can collect a ton of rings, bounce off of enemies successively to carry my velocity and multiply my score, time my jumps accordingly to keep my speed going, all in order to maximize my ring and time bonuses. The balancing act in achieving those bonuses is precisely what makes Sonic so much fun to play. Not only does it balance raw speed with a healthy dose of exploration beautifully, but it also enables players to play with the physics engine in creative ways to find shortcuts, secrets, and more, using momentum to blitz past the more difficult platforming sections in Marble Zone, flying through loops and bouncing off of springs in Starlight Zone to find alternate pathways and secrets, jumping off of a slope at the beginning of Springyard Zone Act 1 to find an extra life and speed shoes lying in wait, enabling you to fly along the top route of the level and bypass some of the difficult portions with some careful platforming. By timing my rolls in Springyard Zone once again, I can get into a pattern with the rotating mines and zoom through each half-pipe without having to sluggishly jump between them and risk losing my rings. It's all a spectacle that I've been rewarded with through honing my skills. And the best part about all of this? The game is incredibly easy to pick up. You run, you jump, you roll. A simplistic control scheme that is given depth thanks to a balance between the speed you can gain and how the level plays with that speed. No matter how many years pass and no matter how old I get, I will always have respect for how they managed to make simply playing as Sonic the Hedgehog endless amounts of fun. To say Green Hill Zone is an effective first level would be putting it lightly. The sensibilities it establishes in the player attempt to inform their decisions throughout the game, and based on how I've learned how to play, I'd say it paid off. Green Hill Zone is the best level in Sonic the Hedgehog. Which is why the other levels don't really live up to it. There was a lot of back and forth between the core team on how the levels in Sonic should be laid out. They valued this experience, but the end result is a roller coaster in terms of pacing and quality. Remember, Yasuhara wanted to make this game feel like an amusement park ride as you go from start to finish, and in a cynical sense, the game definitely evokes that feeling. One moment you're zooming through Green Hill, the next you're slowly waiting for platforms to move in Marble Zone. Then you're launching yourself around Spring Yard Zone, rolling through a half-pipe and bouncing off of enemies at high speeds, until you hit Labyrinth Zone, in which you have to slowly trudge through bodies of water. Starlight Zone liberates you from this watery prison, giving you some high speeds through loops and slopes, while also keeping you on your toes with some of the most dangerous hazards in the game. Scrap Brain Zone has some intriguing level concepts like the spinning wheels that can launch Sonic, but it also has a few obnoxious elements too. Overall, I don't think they could consistently find a balance between speed and platforming like they could with Green Hill Zone. Let me elaborate. The intent behind Marble Zone makes a lot of sense to me. It keeps the player in check if they previously blitzed through Green Hill Zone and skipped a lot of the depth it had to offer. Some of the platforming challenges in Marble Zone harken back to Acts 2 and 3 of Green Hill as well, which reflect that level preparing you for what's to come. However, the level tends to slow to a crawl no matter how many tricks you've learned or how many shortcuts you can find. There are level elements that will have you stand completely still or otherwise wait for platforms to move. Considering Sonic is a game about constant movement in one way or another, usually at a brisk pace, this feels like the antithesis to that. Thankfully, Spring Yard Zone can be a lot of fun, as I've touched upon earlier. Its overall bounciness and challenging enemy and hazard placement make it a breath of fresh air after slogging through Marble Zone. In Act 3, there's a cool jump you can perform while rolling down the first slope to bypass a section right away. I always loved figuring that one out. Unfortunately, the curse of Marble Zone seems to linger throughout a lot of Sonic's level design from here. Spring Yard suffers from this a bit with its slow-moving block patterns. Even if there are usually ways to avoid them, a first playthrough will most likely lead to players dealing with them anyway. On top of that, the level is a bit too punishing with its beginner's traps. The spinning mines that go underneath the level in tight corridors are just evil. Speaking of evil, Spring Yard Zone is immediately followed by Labyrinth Zone. Designing a level around Sonic's greatest weakness isn't inherently a terrible idea, it's the execution that ruins it. We all know the pain, sluggishly jumping around underwater trying to avoid hazards and getting crushed, all while having to worry about your oxygen. There is some exploration here, but very little speed. The water is an unavoidable problem that you must face, and I think we all have some shared trauma here. Personally, my trauma is linked to the boss section of Act 3. If you die here, you will not have access to a single ring until you climb to the top. You can grab a shield, but that's it. You have to avoid all of these obstacles and outrun the water, which makes you slower once you've submerged, all without getting hit by anything. At the end of the zone, you'd better not get a game over. It's stuff like this that makes me understanding of those that hate this game. I have no idea what the team was going for here. I enjoy the concepts of managing oxygen and finding ways to rise above the water, but this was not the way to go about implementing them. In contrast, Starlight Zone feels like a reward for climbing out of Labyrinth Zone. It is full of awesome design elements for gaining speed, and it feels like a much more suitable test of your abilities up to this point. And although Scrap Brain Zone has elements that are reminiscent of the worst of the previous levels, like this slow bit in Act 1, and this repetitive section in Act 2 with the ball hogs, as well as obnoxious design elements like the electricity and disappearing platforms, I genuinely think it has some great ideas, like the spinning wheels that launch you if you roll on them, or the obstacles that hang out by the treadmills. But then the game deliberately sends you back to Labyrinth Zone for Scrap Brain Act 3, in the longest underwater labyrinth yet. So yeah, overall, Sonic the Hedgehog certainly is a roller coaster, but not in the way Yasuhara and the team intended. While attempting to balance speed and platforming, it feels as though they isolated the two of them and alternated between them with each level. None of the levels come close to touching the brilliance of Green Hill. I think the game offers glimpses into what can happen when the game engine and level designs intersect, as made apparent in Green Hill Zone, but this isn't always the case. But this video is about why I love classic Sonic. I've gone on about how beautiful this game can get. Green Hill was an incredible achievement with its rewarding exploration and the sense of speed that was achievable. The game engine is capable of exhilarating gameplay when complemented by brilliant level design. There was no reason to think that it wouldn't get any better from there. If they were to unify these concepts consistently, build on the foundation of exploration and speed, create some exciting and memorable set pieces, and expand on the art and settings in which the game takes place, we could have one of the best platformers of all time on our hands. In 1992, that game would finally come to be. However, the original Sonic team couldn't have done it by themselves. Yuji Naka quit Sega after finishing Sonic the Hedgehog due to issues with management. At the same time, Mark Cerny had recently formed the Sega Technical Institute in the United States. You may know him for being the lead designer of the PlayStation 4 and 5, and for being a key player in the release of Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon at Universal Interactive Studios. Cerny proved to be the catalyst for the development of Sonic's follow-up. His vision for STI was to combine American and Japanese design philosophies. And while in Japan recruiting developers for his new studio, he heard about Naka's departure from Sega. Cerny visited him at his apartment and listened to why he left. Arguments over his salary, the credit he received for the final product, and the time and effort it took to finish it in the first place. Cerny promised him more money and creative control, to which Naka agreed. Cerny had also secured Yasuhara, meaning 2 of the 3 original Sonic team members were ready to go. Naoto Oshima chose to stay behind in Japan, and he'd end up working on a separate Sonic game. More on that later. STI worked on other projects while waiting for the arrival of Naka, Yasuhara, and other Japanese developers, but when the time was right, Cerny would pitch a Sonic the Hedgehog sequel to Sega. Eventually, that day came. He pitched the game for a holiday 1992 release, and Sega said no. Apparently, it was much too soon for a sequel to Sonic. So members of STI were twiddling their thumbs for 2 months, until Sega suddenly reversed that decision and said, oops, yeah, please make that game. By the time they had received this news, it meant that they only had roughly 9 months to complete the game, and they just barely met that deadline in the end. But it proved to be just enough time for the team to pour their hearts and souls into it. The original Sonic the Hedgehog was a team effort, and Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is a testament to that. With a fusion of American and Japanese creative and design philosophies, STI got to work creating the ultimate follow-up to Sonic the Hedgehog. Yuji Naka wanted to implement a 2-player mode this time around after being unable to do so in the first game, and Yasuhara felt that the second player could also run alongside Sonic in the main game so that siblings could play together. An internal contest was held to see who could come up with the best sidekick to Sonic, much like the original contest that gave birth to Sonic himself. In the end, the winner was character and level artist Yasushi Yamaguchi with his 2-tailed fox. He wanted to name him Miles Per Hour, a corny play on the term miles per hour, but everyone else felt that a better name for the little guy was simply Tails. He did sneak in references to the original name across Sonic 2, ultimately making both names official. I love Tails. In some regard, I have more of a fondness for him than I do Luigi. Let me explain. For many years, Luigi existed as nothing more than a palette swap of Mario. The occasional spin-off games would attempt to flesh him out, but nothing really stuck. By the time the Nintendo 64 came out, Luigi wasn't even sharing the spotlight with Mario anymore. It wouldn't be until Luigi's Mansion, 16 years after his appearance in Super Mario Bros., that a charmingly timid and kind-hearted personality would be established for him. His characterization in the Luigi's Mansion games is top-notch, and a huge reason why I became so attached to him. But this was a retroactive decision. Tails was killing it from the get-go. Despite being younger and barely able to keep up with Sonic, he's a genius for his age. He designed a plane for him and Sonic to storm the Death Egg, and he saves Sonic with the plane after he falls out of the sky at the end of the game, at least in the normal ending. I also think his design is adorable through and through, and it serves a purpose. With his fur being orange, it perfectly complements Sonic's blue, and his overall reserved personality is a nice contrast to Sonic's way past cool vibe. These days, I tend to turn Tails off in the options menu because he can put you in danger during boss battles and cost you rings in the special stages. But sometimes I leave him on as a reminder of what he used to represent. Tails was intentionally implemented so that younger siblings could feel as though they were on the adventure with their older sibling. They can fumble about and be of great help in boss battles and special stages, but they aren't going to be accomplishing much in zones. Growing up, my brother used to play along as best he could with a second controller, and seeing Tails help Sonic during the final encounter with the Death Egg was a pretty powerful moment for him. I get a little emotional thinking about those days when I was just a kid that loved Sonic, and he just wanted to be a part of that. Tails was an incredibly identifiable sidekick back then, and they would continue to flesh him out in future games. In Sonic 3, he could pick Sonic up and carry him as he flies around, and his narrative in Sonic Adventure focuses on him learning how to be independent from Sonic when he needs to do things by himself. As Tails grew, the younger siblings grew with him, and even though I was in Sonic's position back in the day, even I took notice of how lovable and identifiable Tails was for those in his shoes. Tails wasn't the only brilliant idea to come out of STI. Both the American and Japanese staff were brimming with ideas for levels and mechanics. The team wanted to absolutely fill this game with levels, and while the final product certainly features a plethora of unique level themes, a handful of ideas had to be cut, and multiple artists, mostly the American ones, didn't have a chance for their art to make it into the final game. All of the levels designed by Brenda Ross, a wood zone, a winter zone, and a desert zone, were scrapped completely. Many of Tom Payne's sprites went unused, and his art for the scrapped Genocide City zone would only see the light of day in the spin-off game Sonic Spinball. As an aside, that name would be changed as the Japanese team member that named it didn't quite have a grasp on what that word meant. I would say the name change was probably for the best. The American artists getting their work cut was representative of a cultural divide that persisted throughout Sonic 2's development. Mark Cerny's vision for unified design philosophies did not come without hiccups. Most meetings for the game were conducted in Japanese, and although the meetings were led by Cerny himself, the Americans were left a bit lost. The American and Japanese staff also had critically different philosophies on work in general. While the Americans were used to the typical 9 to 5 working hours, the Japanese devs would work through the night due to their acclimation to crunch. So although there were difficulties in unifying the team, and there was some debate over why exactly the American art was usually first on the chopping block, truth be told, plenty of things were cut from Sonic 2 for a number of reasons, as its ambition could not be realized in the time allotted to them. For example, Yasuhara once outlined a time travel idea for the game, and the large amount of stages they initially wanted to feature would have presented a cohesive progression in that narrative. This was a rough, unfinished concept, but it helped guide the eventual look of the stages in Sonic 2. Remnants of this concept do appear in the final game, though, as Hilltop Zone features dinosaurs and an active volcano, while Chemical Plant Zone is no doubt a reflection of the damage Eggman had done to the environment. Overall, the concepts the team managed to come up with are enthralling, and it's a shame that not everything could be fully realized. But without a doubt, the most infamous scrapped element from Sonic 2's development was unquestionably the Hidden Palace Zone. Featuring art by future Spyro the Dragon and Ratchet & Clank artist Craig Stitt, this elusive zone was heavily featured in promotional materials, even being partially playable in leaked prototypes. The incredible use of color in the material we do have access to makes me wish we could have seen this in the final game. I love the way the bridge lights up as Sonic walks over it. I see a lot of the influence that this level eventually had on Stitt's work for Spyro, with the sparkling gem-like appearance and strong use of ethereal color coordination. The level's purpose was even more intriguing though. After collecting all 7 Chaos Emeralds, the player would be warped to the zone, and they'd have to navigate it in order to unlock Super Sonic. Now, we'll talk about the importance of Super Sonic later, but just the idea that the Hidden Palace is guarding such incredible power, and it's a secret that you unearth through the demonstration of your skills, it just sounds so awesome! But the only remnant of the level accessible by normal means is the music associated with it via the sound test. Truly a shame to have lost out on this place. If it wasn't already obvious, I am fascinated by the development of these games. This is true for other games I love too. Zelda, Mario, Metroid, and especially anything by Valve. But there is an aura of intrigue surrounding this era of Sonic that we haven't seen since. Perhaps this is due to the absence of the internet in the 90s, so fans usually have to go digging for information surrounding games from this era. But I also think it's because I really admire the work that went into solidifying these games as classics. Back then, these people were just a group of developers trying to make it happen. It's a passion that I will always respect, and it's one that I think has been passed on to the generations of Sonic fans that have played their games. And in the end, when the game had finally been released, the team celebrated together, finally being able to put aside their differences and be proud of the work they'd done. The game shattered sales records and cemented Sonic as a cultural phenomenon. Oh, and as for the game itself, it's one of my all-time favorites. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is such a dramatic improvement that it nearly renders the original game obsolete. Sonic's speed cap has been lifted, meaning that he can actually outrun the screen if he's moving fast enough. To encourage high speeds, the levels usually have much less vertical exploration, instead focusing on branching routes that occasionally intersect. It's all about giving the player options in exploration without sacrificing speed. Emerald Hill Zone can balance fast-moving set pieces and tricky obstacles on all of its potential routes, without having to slow the player down. It balances corkscrews, spike traps, bouncing on springs, disruptive enemy patterns, and sequential loop-de-loops beautifully. Aquatic Ruin's two main routes both offer completely different experiences, with the top route rewarding those skilled enough to avoid the water. Even if you end up in the water, it's clear the designers learned from the mistakes made with Labyrinth Zone, because they still enable you to go fast underwater. You can create plenty of opportunities for yourself to just zoom on by, thanks to the flat route design and the springs that give you a boost. The possibility of gaining speed in the lower route also makes managing oxygen a much fairer prospect than it ever was before. Mystic Cave Zone is designed to be claustrophobic and filled with traps, while also giving players the freedom to play with slopes to find alternate paths and whatnot. Despite the amount of stuff they've crammed into this place, going fast is simply a matter of knowing when to jump, when to roll, and when to use the springs, as always. Just from looking at the levels I'm discussing, I'm sure you can agree, nearly all of the levels in this game strike a perfect balance on speed and exploration without significantly altering the pacing, and almost all of them have their own identity through art direction and unique level design concepts. On top of that, almost all of them have only 2 acts instead of 3, so it feels like there's never a quiet moment. You're always on the move, and you're always experiencing something new. Casino Night Zone places Sonic in a series of pinball machines, and its plethora of half-pipes and opportunities for major air all harken back to the best examples of Sonic 1's physics engine. Oil Ocean Zone makes it a challenge to stay on the top routes away from the oil, and even if you manage to stay up there, it isn't always easy to maintain your rings. Even Hilltop Zone, despite just seeming like a blue reskin of Emerald Hill with lava, knows how to keep players moving. On multiple occasions, the terrain will shift or lava will rise, forcing players to do their platforming as quickly as possible. But at the same time, you can also branch off during these segments and be rewarded for it with rings, a shield, or an invincibility monitor. Along with the streamlined level design, the spin dash was implemented to help strike that balance between going fast and looking around. By holding down and mashing a button, you can charge up a burst of speed. This is a godsend for shooting Sonic up sloped surfaces and ramming through enemies, and jumping out of a spin dash can allow you to reach places that you might not be able to reach normally. While it doesn't serve as a replacement for building up momentum while rolling in a half-pipe or down a slope, and its addition does take away some of the depth that Sonic 1 had with its momentum-based gameplay loop, it makes exploring levels and overall navigation way more fun, which benefits the overall design of Sonic 2. Now, Sonic 2 is a much more open-ended game than Sonic 1. We're talking Green Hill Zone level stuff consistently without sacrificing speed. It has routes that deliver a lightning-fast platforming experience for those just getting into the game, routes that require you to think on your feet, as demonstrated in places like Oil Ocean, Mystic Cave, or Aquatic Ruin, but it also rewards those looking for something more with the addition of the legendary Supersonic. While I may have given the impression earlier that Emerald Hill was just designed to encourage high-speed platforming in all of its routes, it is also one of the greatest tutorials for how careful exploration can reward you in Sonic 2. Aside from the hidden extra lives and other optional goodies you can find by getting creative, or by learning more about the game with each playthrough, there's also these checkpoints. While they seem to just be respawn points for when you die, they can also serve as this game's giant rings. If you cross a checkpoint with 50 rings, a dancing star circle will appear, and you can jump into it to access one of this game's special stages. Let's talk about these special stages for a moment. You collect rings and avoid mines in a half-pipe. It's a common trope among Sonic games now, but Sonic 2's were the first, and I still think they're awesome. They're not designed to be blown through, they're tough, and require a lot of memorization to get right. Practice will help you get through them. As soon as I learned that you can jump to alternate between the sides of the half-pipe, I stopped trying to swerve through bombs. There are times where the rings are lined up for you to do that, but other times it's painfully obvious what pattern they want you to get into. In hindsight, that is. These special stages can get pretty difficult, but the more you play, the better you get, much like the main game. These are a far cry from the special stages in Sonic 1. No matter how good I got at those stages, there's only so much you can do when you don't always have full control over your actions. That, and they got a little too nauseating for me. In addition, you could only access them at the end of Acts 1 and 2 for the first 5 zones. This means you only had 10 attempts at the 6 Chaos Emeralds, and all for a slightly different ending. In Sonic 2, there are 62 checkpoints. That's 6 times as many attempts at the Chaos Emeralds, some of them being placed along the main path as a reward for hanging onto your rings, and the rest of them being hidden away as a reward for thinking outside of the box. Even if there are 7 emeralds in this game, the sheer amount of attempts you have, the difficulty in the stages themselves, the improvement that they inspire, and the reward that you are granted for clearing them all, make collecting the emeralds a tremendously exciting endeavor to take on. Now, no matter the result of a special stage, all of the rings in the zone you're in will respawn as soon as you are transported back. This means that you could explore as much as you like within the time limit, collect some more rings, and find another checkpoint over and over again. There are 7 Chaos Emeralds in Sonic 2. Guess how many checkpoints there are in Emerald Hill? 3 in Act 1 and 5 in Act 2. 8 in total. Know what this means? If you have completely mastered Sonic 2, you can unlock Super Sonic before you even set foot in Level 2. This is why there are checkpoints in oddball places across Emerald Hill. I mean, why else would there be a checkpoint up on this floating platform with no enemies in sight? Or on top of a loop a la Sonic 1? Once I had taken the time to look around Emerald Hill Zone like I did with Green Hill, I began to see all of my favorite zones in an entirely new light. Take Chemical Plant for example. I adore this level. At first it may seem like it's all about the exhilarating spectacle with its many slopes, loops, and springs. It also has a plethora of alternate routes and secret paths that reward experimentation with the physics engine, and a bit of curiosity to balance everything out. Your first look into alternate paths in Chemical Plant comes during those primary routes. As you're speeding through, you'll catch glimpses of ring boxes and checkpoints. This got me thinking about what would happen if I took things a bit slower and followed the rings that act as guides. In Act 1, if you take the lower path at the beginning, you'll be led through to an area where you need to platform over moving blocks. If you fall down or decide to follow the path of rings below the blocks, you'll likely land in or next to a speed booster, which shoots you right into a checkpoint. Pretty cool, but there's even more lying in wait. If you keep heading right and decide to fall below the track, you'll be rewarded with another checkpoint. Then you can keep that momentum going by timing a jump or finding an alternate route in order to reach these moving platforms, which leads you to another checkpoint. But let's say you don't really like this careful exploration. Let's say you're more of a fan of being rewarded for good platforming and collecting rings along the main path. You'll be a fan of how worthwhile Aquatic Ruin Act 2 feels. If you manage to stay above the water by maintaining your momentum and using good timing, you'll find at least 2 checkpoints waiting for you, although there could be more. Honestly, there are countless examples of this throughout Sonic 2, and I don't want to spoil the locations of every checkpoint, or how to get them. I think collecting enough rings and finding them in the first place is all part of the learning process. Not to mention, it increases replay value exceptionally as you continue to improve with each playthrough. And in the end, when you finally nab that 7th Chaos Emerald, collect 50 rings, jump into the air and hit A, bam! Super Sonic is yours to use whenever you like. He can run much faster, jump much higher, and is invincible to nearly everything in the game. Of course, Super Sonic still has his limitations in practice. Metropolis Zone is the only level in the game with 3 acts, and it's relentless. The enemy placement is hellish, and they do everything in their power to prevent you from hanging onto your rings. Thus, no Super Sonic. Thankfully, the years of abuse I've suffered by the enemy's hands have paid off. I can usually predict when they're going to show up and dodge them. Slicers are useless after they attack, and you know what? I don't pity them. They can go to hell. While you can get Super Sonic this late in the game, he is best appreciated when you get knowledgeable and skilled enough at the game to unlock him early. And that is precisely what makes Sonic 2 so much fun to play. No matter how you decide to approach each level, there will always be something that gels with you. If you decide to challenge yourself to improve, the game will always have challenges in spades, and it'll eventually reward you to take them on. No matter how you like to find checkpoints, there will always be one that suits your preferred playstyle, and that is simply beautiful. I'm at the point now where I can get 5 Chaos Emeralds in Emerald Hill. Shoot! Well, almost 5. And I'm at that point simply from replaying Sonic 2 over and over again to discover new things. For example, Chemical Plant Zone Act 2. This infamous set piece right here. You're rolling along and then the game traps you in a corridor with rising water and moving blocks. This part is infamous for inducing anxiety, and I think it's brilliant. If the player hadn't already become familiar with the oxygen meter, they will here. The only way to escape drowning is to climb as best you can. What's even cooler about this segment, though, is that if you are familiar enough with platforming and thinking on your feet in this game, you can actually outrun the water completely and carry on with the rest of the level. It's another example of how Sonic 2 reflects the player's improvement with each playthrough. And you know what's even better? You can completely skip this section by finding an alternate route that leads you straight to the zone's boss. I didn't know about this until I was writing this video, but if you stop before entering the loops that shoot you into that section, you can perform a spin dash jump into a secret route. There's plenty of rings, a quick bit of spectacle, invincibility for the boss fight, and a checkpoint as a reward for finding the route in the first place, which means another shot at a Chaos Emerald. Like Sonic 1, the more you play, the better you get. The longer you can hold on to rings, the more shots you'll have at a special stage. The more you experiment with the level design, the more secrets you'll find. The more rings you get, the faster you go, the higher your score, which means more extra lives and continues for you when the hardest levels and boss fights come about. And as established through the diverse level design I've discussed already, a balance of the two core elements that define Sonic as a game are so impeccably consistent in Sonic 2 that it becomes embedded into your psyche. The feedback loop of running and jumping in different ways to reach shortcuts and find secrets is so compelling that you can't help but want to replay this game over and over again. God, I love this game. Even the ending is kick-ass in comparison to Sonic 1. You and Tails give chase in the tornado, and while this auto-scrolling section does get a little boring, the setting is inspiring. Wing Fortress Zone, however, completely subverts expectations with its deadly, calculated platforming no matter the route you take. It's an intense level, but it serves as an entree to the meal you're about to take on. Upon climbing aboard the Death Egg, you'll quickly realize that you have no rings. You'll have to beat Silver Sonic and the Death Egg robot without taking a single hit. This is where those extra lives and continues you've racked up are meant to come in handy, although the levels preceding this one will have definitely taken their toll. While it's not terribly difficult to find a pattern with Silver Sonic, the Death Egg robot is a nightmare to figure out. Growing up, it took me ages to get past the final boss of Sonic 2. I did learn how to get 2 free shots on the robot's booty, and I memorized the trick to some of his patterns, but I would die over and over again trying to find the sweet spot. If you're too close to the exhaust, you die. If you're too close to its hands, you die. With Sonic's natural jump arc being countered, it's pretty difficult to find the right spot. Then it hit me. The spin dash jump. I had used it in the past so many times to reach places I would never be able to access otherwise. With enough space to pull one off, I could easily land hits on the robot. Eventually, I was able to manipulate his landing pattern so that I'd have enough space to jump, and I finally took him down. Probably one of the most satisfying finales to any video game I've ever played. That beautiful dreams come true ending theme plays as you fly alongside the tornado. Even on my, 100,000th playthrough of Sonic 2, it still felt so gratifying to finish. Not only because I had mastered the boss itself, but also because I had mastered the game to such an extent that I could collect so many rings, find all those checkpoints, unlock Super Sonic to play with, and do it all at lightning fast speeds. No matter your level of experience with a Sonic game, I believe you can have a good time with Sonic 2. With its much stronger and much more focused level design, the game not only consistently delivers on speed in diverse ways, but it also accommodates exploration in both its levels and mechanics. With its strong Chaos Emerald-based feedback loop, there are always plenty of opportunities for you to improve, and the level design will reward your tenacity time and again. The art design is stellar, the story is simplistic yet charming, and the music is infectiously catchy. But I'm sure you know all about that by now. I cherish so many of the memories I made with this game. As silly as it seems, one of my fondest is with one of the most infamous hazards in Sonic history, the pit. Most pits are bottomless in Sonic and kill you instantly. This one, however, forces you to face your mistake and slowly watch as Sonic first loses his rings to the spikes, and then finally dies. But that's just with normal Sonic. If you fall in there with Super Sonic, yeah. With that said, it's a beginner's trap that I will always find amusing. Anyway, that's Sonic 2. It's a miracle that it turned out to be this fantastic considering the circumstances that brought it to life. Although the original Sega Genesis version has aged like a fine wine, I personally recommend the Android and iOS ports by Christian Whitehead and Simon Tomley. They have a ton of quality of life features, and they are easily my favorite way to play Sonic 2. Aw, damn it! Into the pit I go. Thank you. While Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was an excellent game, its feedback loop did have some holes. For starters, the checkpoint system. It's awesome, but their frequency and ease of access at times, especially when you consider the fact that rings respawn as soon as you return from a special stage, is a bit too forgiving. Of course, you aren't going to notice this right away. After all, the designers did everything in their power to make maintaining high ring counts a challenge, and the special stages are no walk in the park. But when you're at that point where you can get Super Sonic in the first 3 levels, the rest of the game's level design loses its edge as you break it in half with your new Golden Hedgehog form. Really though, all they had to do with the Sonic formula was iron out that last flaw. Little did we know, however, the team was about to do far more than just that. Of course, this did not come easily for them. Sega Technical Institute split in half after finishing Sonic 2. One half was composed of American staff, while the other half was Japanese. Apparently, Mark Cerny's idea for a unity of philosophies didn't exactly work out. Part of this was due to Yuji Naka's problems working with the American side of STI on Sonic 2. Some former staff recalled Naka as a difficult person to work with, and it's likely that he wanted to avoid a repeat of that with the next game. In contrast, the team didn't feel that way about Yasuhara, and as it turned out, this likely foreshadowed his and Naka's relationship allegedly becoming strained as they worked together. After work on this new Sonic game concluded, Yasuhara elected to stay in America as Naka would leave for Japan. But before that partnership would come to an end, they would collaborate one last time, along with some new enthusiastic faces like Takashi Iizuka, the man who would eventually direct, produce, or otherwise be involved with nearly every Sonic game to come, and Jun Sonoe, whom you may know better by the sound of his guitar. Once again, the team had great ambitions for this new Sonic game. 14 zones, all bigger than anything the series had seen thus far. Sega's marketing, however, had other plans. In preparation for the release of Sonic 3, they pushed Sonic everywhere. McDonald's, Lifesavers, he was even the first video game character to be featured in the Macy's Day Parade. Indeed, Sonic was a phenomenon, and Sega wanted the game to come out to coincide with Groundhog Day in 1994. Hedgehog Day, they called it. So the game was split in two, with the second half releasing in October of that year. Of course, I'm sure we all know the story. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Sonic & Knuckles are not separate experiences. When combined with the team's special lock-on tech, the game becomes Sonic 3 and Knuckles, the complete experience as the developers always intended. Now, the signs that Sonic 3 was initially released in an incomplete state were always there. There are only 6 zones, and the ending to that final zone feels rather anticlimactic. On top of that, the level select in Sonic 3, while being notoriously difficult to unlock, also contains levels that aren't even playable. It was a complete and utter mystery. For a few months, anyway. Today, when someone is talking about Sonic 3, they're referring to Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and for good reason. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is what I would call the definitive Sonic the Hedgehog game, and easily one of my favorite games of all time. Building on the excellent foundation of Sonic 2, Sonic 3's levels are thematically rich, reasonably massive, and thrillingly fast. Every single level feels wonderfully distinct in appearance, layout, mechanics, and the nature in which they create speed and manage pacing. But in order to fully appreciate them, we need to talk about how they've implemented Super Sonic this time. The Golden Boy returns once more, and he is unlocked through a more accessible yet arguably more challenging system. Hidden across each level are giant rings. There's no prerequisite for making them appear this time. All you gotta do is find them. They're often placed in well-hidden areas that require considerable knowledge of your abilities and how the levels are laid out, but Angel Island Zone eases you into their existence fairly well. The very first giant ring is tucked away behind some rocks. The game teaches you that these rocks can be broken, and if you spin dash into them, bam, there it is. There's also one situated in a similar area after the island catches fire, and another at the beginning of Act 2 if you spin dash into the tunnel right away and zoom over the collapsing bridge. Angel Island is a perfect first level in that regard. While its second act does branch out significantly, it isn't overwhelming right off the bat. As for the special stages themselves, wow. They managed to create a pretty engrossing game within a game here. In concept, it seems pretty simple. You're constantly moving, and you need to collect the blue spheres while avoiding the red ones. The longer you take, the faster you move. If need be, you can also jump to avoid certain spheres. Usually, the stages are designed in such a way that there is a pattern you can follow. But with your speed increasing as the levels go on, it becomes more and more difficult to think on your feet and use lightning-fast reflexes. The levels eventually go on to take a substantial amount of memorization, practice, and fast-paced puzzle solving to get right, which means you're gonna mess up a lot. As such, you gotta keep looking out for more rings. Thankfully, there are 77 giant rings in total, but because of their secretive hiding places, I've only been able to locate just over a quarter of them in my lifetime. I'm still finding new giant rings to this day. While recording footage for this video, I found a giant ring I had never known about with Knuckles in an underwater portion of Ice Cap Zone. I had no idea they would think to hide one down there, but that's just it. Sonic 3 really wants you to think outside of the box, and it is the best at doing that in the series' history. With every playthrough, I'm able to unlock Super Sonic faster. Not just because I'm able to locate more giant rings each time, but also because I'm able to beat the special stages consistently despite their increase in challenge. Like the games that came before it, Sonic 3 excels at making you feel the improvement in your proficiency at the game. Alongside Sonic, you can also play as Tails and newcomer Knuckles the Echidna, which adds another layer of depth and complexity to both level design and your own approach to the game. You can have Tails fly wherever he wants, and while Knuckles can't jump as high, he can glide and climb walls to access routes inaccessible to Sonic and Tails. Tails is great for familiarizing yourself with levels from an explorative standpoint, as his power of flight is perfect for surveying areas that Sonic would normally require speed and momentum to reach. Knuckles usually goes through his own special routes over the course of his campaign, which means exclusive giant rings, but he also has his own uses through the usual Sonic and Tails routes. If it weren't already abundantly clear, this game is colossal in scope. And when you factor in the supersonic feedback loop that this game has going for it, the magnificent level design of Sonic 3 becomes all the more impressive. Hydro City Zone has several opportunities for players to create speed, and you can use that speed to run on water and launch yourself to new heights in secret areas. But it still slows down when necessary with water-based hazards and enemies littered across its higher routes. It is a prime example of how speed and creativity can be used to find hidden goodies. Marble Garden Zone has plenty of steep slopes for gaining sublime levels of momentum, but it is also a ridiculously detailed labyrinth with plenty of methods for accessing its secrets, as well as tricky routes with spikes, enemies, and spinning balls on chains to be wary of. There are so many giant rings in Marble Garden Zone that the level can feel like a Metroid game in terms of layout. This theme continues into Carnival Night Zone, which features some circus-inspired set pieces and mechanics, endless optional routes, and momentum generated through a series of slopes, boosters, spinning columns, balloons, the wheels from Sonic 1. It's jam-packed with things to mess with, but its compact routes make scouting for giant rings more manageable, and a healthy way to balance things out. Ice Cap Zone has a remarkable progression in ideas, and it's one of my favorite levels in the game. It begins with an iconic snowboarding sequence, but after you crash and find yourself at the base of the mountain, you have to somehow make your way up to the summit. The level employs a lot of problem solving and careful platforming in both its main route and in finding giant rings, and a slip-up can cost you time as you'll have to climb back up the mountain. After you finally make it to Act 2, the game rewards you with level design that focuses on the simplistic joy of creating speed and using it to your advantage, as well as the music that symbolizes your arrival at the summit. Launch Base Zone balances that problem-solving and tight platforming with some spectacle thanks to its high-speed antics. Mushroom Hill Zone is just as open-ended as it is exhilarating to rush through. Flying Battery Zone is just as intoxicatingly fast as it is crushingly difficult and claustrophobic. And the music is one of the best compositions you'll ever hear come out of a Sega Genesis. Lava Reef Zone continues to ramp up the difficulty and stuffiness in its level design and hazard placement, but its moderate pacing makes this more manageable and invite more opportunities for you to search for giant rings. Even this late in the game, as Lava Reef is the last traditional zone in which you can look for them. Lava Reef, in both of its acts, has so many giant rings to find that I was able to find the majority I needed for the second half of my playthrough there. Again, it's absolutely staggering how much they accommodate every playstyle in these levels. Even as the levels get harder and it becomes more difficult to hang on to your rings, the giant rings don't get any more difficult to locate. They are always hidden in similar ways, and they are always balanced in a reasonable manner. Some are easy to locate for beginners, some require an adequate proficiency in the game's mechanics and level layouts, and then some of them are hidden for those that can really think outside of the box, like that instance at Ice Cap Zone with Knuckles. Of course, if you're not one for stressing over the giant rings and special stages, much like Sonic 2, the game will still have more than enough awesome video game to offer. Exploration is also made more accessible through the elemental shields. To compensate for Tails and Knuckles' abilities, Sonic also has some new toys to play with. Although the Insta-Shield can help you take out enemies in a pinch with some good timing, it doesn't exactly compete with Tails and Knuckles' abilities. The elemental shields do, though. The Fire Shield lets you perform a mid-air dash and survive fire hazards, the Electric Shield draws rings toward you, gives you a double jump, and protects you from electricity, while the Bubble Shield lets you breathe underwater and perform a bounce to get up higher than your jump would normally allow. In certain levels, searching for these things can become a priority, outside of the exploration advantages they offer. Having a Bubble Shield in Hydro City Zone makes the underwater sections a breeze. The Electric Shield is a godsend in Flying Battery, and the Fire Shield is almost a necessity in Lava Reef. So even if you don't want to use them as assistants in searching for giant rings, you can use them to just barrel through acts as a reward for finding them in the first place. All that's left is to not lose them. With all of these shields and characters to play with, and on top of the endless replayability that Sonic games historically enable and encourage, Sonic 3 and Knuckles is a rare game that I'll never tire of playing. Of course, I groan whenever I reach Sandopolis due to its excessive length and confusing layout, but it's not enough to derail any of my playthroughs over the years. This game is a perfection of the Sonic formula, and it gets even better. So, we know how the Chaos Emeralds work in this game, and we have a general idea of why the system they've implemented works so well. But the truth is, it is much bigger than a simple 7 Emerald hunt. And to talk about that, we must first discuss the story of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 gave us a glimpse into what Sonic games could be like with a bit of heart backing its basic narrative, all thanks to Tails. But Sonic 3's narrative, while simplistic, reveals itself in an endearing way that eventually ties itself into gameplay, all without the characters saying a single word. As soon as you start a new game, Sonic and Tails will ride above the ocean in the tornado. Then Sonic jumps off and goes super, flying alongside Tails. All they have to do is show you what Sonic can do for you to want to collect the Chaos Emeralds. Knuckles proves to be a nuisance alongside Eggman, impeding your progress at every turn up until Launch Base Zone. It seems silly in hindsight that Sonic 3 ends here because Knuckles falling over and the Death Egg being prevented from launching isn't all that special of an ending, nor does it explain who Knuckles is or why he's doing what he is. It wasn't until Sonic 3 and Knuckles came to be that the answers would be made clear. Upon entering Mushroom Hill Zone, you'll see Knuckles exit from a hidden door. Behind that door is a super ring that leads to this game's hidden palace, complete with the Master Emerald and pedestals for a collection of new emeralds. Here's where things get interesting from a narrative standpoint and especially a gameplay standpoint. First of all, Knuckles is guarding some pretty powerful gems here, and the fact that he's involved with Eggman is bad news. I mean, who knows what these things could be capable of? Well, the best part about that is you can find out for yourself. In the second half of Sonic 3, the giant rings become super rings that lead to the hidden palace. Once you hop into one, you can choose any special stage you want. This is a welcome decision because, as you might have guessed, the special stages are pretty difficult in this half of the game. Rather than repeating the same one over and over again and continuing to fail, you can try an entirely new one or attempt one that you've already become familiar with on a separate playthrough. Completing one of these special stages will grant you a Super Emerald, and collecting 7 of them unlocks a new Hyper Transformation for Sonic or Knuckles. However, choosing to enter a Super Ring at any point will prevent you from using your Super Form until the true final boss, as the power of the 7 Chaos Emeralds is what causes the Super Emeralds to appear in the first place. This isn't made apparent to you in-game, but it does give you a choice. Either continue to use your traditional Super Form and blitz through the rest of the game, or you could challenge yourself. Guarantee that Eggman never gets the chance to harness the power of the Emeralds. Continue to unearth the hidden rings, master the hardest special stages, and grant yourself unlimited power. This is Sonic 3 and Knuckles' final test for players to achieve their Mark of Mastery, and it is oh so sweet. To be honest, it took me many years to finally unlock Hypersonic. I could never master the patterns and layouts of the special stages, and the overall difficulty of the levels in the and Knuckles half of Sonic 3 made it hard for me to find the Super Rings. But as the years went by, I got better at the game. With every playthrough, I was accomplishing new feats and making new discoveries. When I